Hello, hello. I hope everything's okay, everything's working. Hi. Hope everyone's doing well. So this is going to be one of my first solo streams. So yeah, so far I've only been doing the Halo 3 Cursed streams with my friend Renard Chapeau. By the way, the next stream of that is going to be next Tuesday. But today I'm going to be doing something a bit different. I'm going to be doing a indie horror title known as Voices of the Void that probably more and more people are starting to hear about. I've been wanting to do this for a little while. But yeah, and that's going to be interesting. I'm going in this mostly blind, as I have absolutely no idea what's going on. I've essentially mostly done the tutorial and like the first day-ish, sort of get the hang of what I was supposed to do, and that's about it. So yeah, I hope this is going to be a fun little time. It's a slow-paced game from what I've been told, so it's probably going to be not very active. It's going to be a lot longer stream than usual, but yeah, that's about it. So hey, hope everything's going to be fine and so on. Oh yeah. Anywho, without further ado, just go right into it. I don't exactly know what else to talk about, but yeah. Just gonna head in and immediately start creating the game. It's gonna be... Here we bloody go. Oh boy. I've been told there's a lot of weird stuff that can happen in this game, but yeah. Oh. What? We're gonna have some issues right here. I'm starting to notice that this size is absolutely wrong. Oh, noes. Alright, let's recalibrate this. Whoop. Whoop. Apologies for this not being aligned right. There we go. A lot better now. But yeah. Alright. Let's head back in. It's lagging quite a bit. Don't know if it's something to do with the thing it's slowing up and everything. Alright. Oh, there's stuff in there. Oh, wait a sec. Wait, can I just let this go 2 seconds? No? Alright. What's there? Ah, crap. I don't think I can access this. And there's something right there. Alright. Let's go then. Time to start work. Absolutely not creepy at all. Do you have a flashlight? Yeah, I do have a flashlight. How am I supposed to use the flashlight? Oh. Oh, shit. What did I do? Right. Okay, there it is. Off to a great start. I don't have a functional flashlight and I've almost lost my luggage. This is great. Is it this way? Yeah, looks like it this way. It's already looking quite nicely, quite dark. Nothing creepy at all is going to be in this forest. Is this the right way? It's written base. Yeah, it's this way. Well, this is really bloody dark. What? Did I put the correct bind on the flashlight? Yeah, it's F. Can I screw this up somehow? Let me hold the battery. Oh yeah, I did screw this up. Alright. We're good. We have light. And it's draining pretty quickly, so I'm not going to use too much of the battery. The fuck was that? Hold on, what the fuck was that? Something in these woods. Yep. It's all fine and dandy. This is really far from the gate. Tested this only quite a while ago, so don't remember much. Oh yeah, I do remember that I have to go and do these guys, apparently. Oh boy, I will never remember where the hell they all are. This is going to take a little while. Hi! Welcome. The fun is beginning. We're only barely starting on. Hey as well. More people. Fun for the whole family. Alright, where the hell is the base? It's not this way. It's this way. Good boy. Welcome to the not creepy at all location. Where, from what I've been told, we're somewhere in the Swiss Alps. So, I'm doing fine. I haven't slept too much, but doing fine. Boom, boom. Where's the entrance? What's over there? Oh yeah, this place is going to be nasty as hell. Do you hear this? Something somewhere. Nope. Fuck. Oh yeah, this is going to start nicely. Bum bum bum. Oh yeah, this is going to be the workplace. Hell yeah, everything is going to need a fresh coat. Paint. Will generate a lot of clips, well, possibly. I hope so. Right. Let's take a look at the place. I hope the everything is on in the generator room. Hello. You go here. And oh, that looks fancy. Whole freezer. Everything's on. Perfect. I'll just turn this on, like having more. Oh, what? No, you know what? I don't want to risk using any sort of generator too much. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, oh, he's gone. He got crushed by the door. That's great. Right, let's look around here. We've got some boxes that contain stuff I'm gonna need, and there's trash everywhere, because this is great. I'm just gonna collect those drives. I'm gonna need this as well. Oh yeah. Just gonna do a little something I did last time when I was doing my tests. I quickly understood I had to do, which was that this is the selling box and I will need it later. Right. Did I grab them? I'm gonna grab a bit of all the... Oh, fuck's sake, there's so much trash. There's so much trash. I'm gonna need to clean all of this. Oh, there's a box. Some food. Well, I'm gonna leave most of this as it is for now. And here is the bedroom. This is... Oh. How do I turn things already? I forgot. Oh yeah, right click. There we go. It's 2 in the bloody morning. Now I'll collect this and I'll do an old technique that I've been shown right afterwards. Oh yeah, the early game I know how to do. I've done like the first day, so I kind of know how like I'm supposed to set up a few things. But yeah, can I turn everything off? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is going to be frustrating for me. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go turn on the main light. Oh yeah, there's a big giant hole here because that's absolutely something we like having around here. No, I'm better. Why is this not... This is the password. What do you mean? Unless it's like... I fucking hate this. Right. Ooh. Some food. And some batteries. And more drives. And the car keys. Oh, that's going to be useful. And a med kit. Funny poster. Alright. Bunch of stuff done. You know what? Where is it? Where's my funny poster? I thought I grabbed it. Okay, you know what? Whatever. Alright, let's get to work. Which means I'm gonna need to get rid of all of this. And... Oh, no. Fuck. What did I do? I'm stuck. Ah, there we go. Oh, shit. I think I messed around with my... Right? No. Let's put this in here for later, and let's start with actual work, which is going to be Ooh, there's beer bowls, and there's a lot of trash. Alright. I love physics. Everything okay over there? Everything seems okay. Alright, let's start to get this on. Alright. Did I... Alright. There's so much trash! Second. Go. Bloop. There we go. Things are already looking a lot better. Alright, so let's get all of this. And remove it for now. Alright, I got some emails. Welcome to your new job, Dr. Kell. My name is Lair, your main supervisor. You probably got through the learning period, but I remind you what your job is and what to do. In short, your job is basically scanning the sky for anomalous signals. That is your main task. Another task is to process the data of these signals and unless the data is stored on analog drives. You will get the reward for each drive. If you process a signal on further levels, you'll get more points. Next task is to look after the big satellite dishes, its servers and calibration. You can recalibrate satellites remotely through the control panel, but if the satellite servers shut down, you have to manually fix it. Servers inside the satellites. Alright, I think this is it. The nuclear reactor is not implemented yet, so you don't need to worry about that. Gather the signals, process them, sell the results to us. Look after the satellites, that's it. Good luck. Alright. I'm Dr. Bao, be responsible for you. The real horror is how messy this place is. Yes! Yes, it is! And you know what? It's actually going to be a pain in the ass, but you can actually clean it from what I've been shown, so that's going to be something. Hello, I'm Dr. Bao. I'll be responsible for your daily task. In short, I will ask you to do quick tasks at the start of each day. First, I will request for a specific amount of drives that can range from level 0 drives to level 3. I understand your situation, however, and will not request a drive you cannot obtain. Second task, I will ask of you is a simple satellite dish checker. Go to satellite, type in SV hash into the server, write down the server number in the note. Once you've done that, attach the lid of a drive box, send it off with the drone. I've left a little notebook on the table. You can tear some page out of it for some notes. As usual, you will get a nice bonus point if you complete this task for me. Have a nice day, night, whatever, wherever you are, Dr. Bao. Okay, so... Oh, those are my drive boxes. Okay. How do I drop things? Nope, I messed up. How do I drop things? T. That did not drop the item. That did not drop the item. Alright. Okay, so... I need to get some signals, put them there, process the whole thing. Alright, let's look for signals. Oh boy. There's one probably around here. I gotta look for like small ass stuff from what I've been shown, like the where is it? I have a quick scan on cooldown. There's something somewhere. There's a little flicker there. Is it something? No. Oh, this is so terrible. Oh, it's way lower. Ooh, boop, boop, boop. Something moving there? No? Oh, this is... It's awful trying to find signal. Oh, there is! There's something! Oh, this one's strong. Oh, let's ping it. Fuck. Alright. We got a space barbecue. I wonder as well. Where is it? But yeah, let's be... There has to be something. Right? It's way higher. Okay. But where? Oh, there. Oh yeah! We got a signal. Right. Let's start with a little polarity check. Okay, let's try the negatives. Okay. Now let's change the polarity. Do it again. Negatives. Right, change polarity direction again. We have anything? No, try the positives. What a... Am I fucking this up some... Oh yeah, there it is. Oh boy. It's right there. It's right there. Go on. No. Oh, fuck. Got to edge that signal. Alright. This is not the most precise, but let's go with it. Let's bring... Oh, there it was. Okay, so it's... Fuck. That's right about... Right, you know what? We'll just stay with this. So it's currently downloading. It's gonna take a long time. You know what? Let's start with looking around at this place. Got a server room. Alright, I have fucked up servers. Okay. This is going to be the quick maths thing. It's so going to be fun. And if you fuck up a single one of them, it's going to start all over. Also, you don't need to be fast, because the more you beat your record, from what a friend told me, the more points you get, little by little. Horror's been over those machines. Yep. Absolutely are going to get... I'm going to be meeting horrors beyond my comprehension. I will simply not get it. Alright, let's look inside. What do I have? I have MRE, a plush, some toilet paper, a certificate. Oh, I need to hang my certificates. Where's my certificate? Yep. Here it is. There we go. Absolutely perfect. So let's look around for anything that could be useful. Oh, there's a storm out. That's great. Ooh, I can order it. This looks absolutely disgusting. There's empty beer bowls everywhere. Oh, there's a beer that's actually not been consumed. Good to know. Right. Into the garage. Is there anything of use? Electronic trash, trash, gas can, a mannequin, Jordan panel. Yeah. Other mannequin. Oh yeah. At least there's decent food before the horrors in space. I don't know. Boop, boop, boop. Is there anything in there? No. Anything in there? No. What's the lights? There's gonna be lights somewhere. Oh, garbage bag. We'll be using those. Is there any other garbage bags? Not at all. Alright. Very sad. Oh, and I'm going to use this. So, there is a special technique that's going to be useful later. You'll see. What I'll do is... Can I please drop the clock? Perfect. And I will do a legendary method called putting the clock outside, and you'll see it's a surprise tool that will help us later. Alright, now I'm going to be grabbing those garbage bags and start to, you know, fix this place up. Just a tad. It's only 2 bags, but hey, it's a start. Alright, how far are we at? 5%. Oh, fuck, the signal is now off. Why is it off? I'm going to need to constantly survey this. Oh, no new emails, no new emails. Boom, boom. Welcome, this is going to be the cleaning stream. I'm going to just recuperate this place a bit. Yep, it's a good sound of sponginess. It's going to look a lot better. Jump scare while you focus on... Yeah, but, you know, I have no fucking idea. Like, there's... Like, from what I've seen before I grabbed this, is that every single playthrough is unique because you have no idea. All the events are, like, kind of random. So you could have, like, something completely out of place happen to you, and this is not going to help me plunge this. Please, let me drop it. Drop. There we go. And then hold. There has to be an easier way than this, please. Literally, it's not. Is... this has to be. Yikes, yeah. So, you know, I could end up with, like, a world-ending thing right at the start, or just nothing at all. Who knows? For now, just gonna be cleaning the windows. Yeah, it does. It does. Now we have to put the sponge back in the water. It's already starting to look significantly better. There's more than just aliens. Like, there's like a portal to hell, demons, spirits, ghosts, lots of stuff. Mirror dimensions, some sort of weeping angel sort of monster. Plenty of stuff. Yeah. But hey, all you gotta do is get those signals, get everything done. And there's also a shop so you can buy stuff to, you know, facilitate life. Yeah, for now I'm just kidding. I don't have my orders. Normally, on midnight you get an email from Dr. Bao, which is like literally all you have to do in terms of like the hashes you have to get, number of signals, and you have to send everything the next day. As you can hear, we have a radar. Here we go. It detects stuff. So, you know, if there's any weird crap out there, I'll be notified. Worst monster of all, entropy. Yes. Worst monster of all is whoever was the last person in this place. You know, just leave it in such a state. Because there's garbage everywhere. I don't know, is there a reason for throwing trash all over the place? Because that's kind of the state of this place. Alright, let's drop the sponge. Here we go. What else do I have in there? I have some toilet paper, MREs, and batteries, but we sort of don't need those right now, so let's look around. And you know what, let's snatch ping. Everything's good? Nope. We already have one place it's fucked. So Kilo is fucked. Now we have to go fix it. I'll do this later. Is everything good? Yeah, and my character's getting hungry, which means food. Here we go. Let's throw it over for now. Alright, so we've got all of this. Starting to have some sunlight, which is pretty nice. Let's go and actually have a look at the bedroom in its current state. So let's look at the fridge. Yeah, this is a horror game for sure. Like, the horrifying thing is the state of this. Oh! Why? I am so not eating a burger that's been on the toilet, but you know what? I'll still put it in the fridge just in case for later, but the Oh, we have a view outside. You know what? Goodbye. Okay, something's out there. Something doing something. Alright, so... let's see, this... that's the night table, and it's completely out of place. Okay. No, notebook. And there's more. I have a microwave. And an oven. Well, that's great. It's just that everything is in a dire state, and I don't feel like I don't know. I don't feel like cleaning all of this. Oh man, I'm gonna need to trash something. Is there anything that I could use? Oh no, there's just more trash and junk. Fuck's sake. This is going to be a long cleaning session. There's going to be multiple cleaning sessions. I can feel it already. Oh, there's lockers, and there's nothing inside. Alright. Well, as a signal going, it's still processing well. It's half downloaded, which is pretty nice. No new emails. What do you get on the store? Sort of interested. Drive box, battery, gas can, server repair kit, server protection kit. Camera. So we could get cameras. A notepad. Yeah, sleeping bag, syrup bowl, pill bowl, pills, heavy beds, toilet paper, car keys, cooking book. A compass. Flashlight, glasses, crank flashlight. Oh, the crank flashlight is going to be pretty useful. Those are the essentials. What about food? Oh, there's a bunch of food you can order. You can order pineapple pizza. All right. Okay. Tools, crowbar, digital map. A digital map. Oh, that's going to be pretty goddamn useful. Rock, beacon, toolbox, digital camera, hook, metal detector, password changer, hammer, roach repellent, lighter, fire thermometer, ball of red string, pencil, meter ruler, measuring tape, workbench, pin box. A lot of stuff. There's some storage. Alright. Some machines. We can get a coffee machine. We can get a Broomba. Your favorite. Oh, and the curfer. Oh, that one from what I've seen is very useful because he fixes servers. So it's a lot less effort. It's cost like 500 points. That's going to be needing like, we're going to need to do a lot of economical things beforehand. Alright, so I think I'll go fix Kilo on the next day. We'll have to do some server runs. My sleep is starting to go a bit low, so I'll go grab a bit of sleep. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong. Just gonna grab a little bite beforehand. There's a banana. Yeah, just eat the banana. Oh, I have a banana peel. Can I slip on the banana peel? Alright. I'm not gonna risk it for later. As you can see, my technique has worked, and now have it'll clock outside to let me know when I'm sleeping. So we can just sleep off until we can go and grab the signal. Now let's go see how things are going. Rubber trash. There's so much trash everywhere in this place. Bum, 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 bum. How's the signal? 84%. Really good. Can I order some trash bags? That would be really useful. Garbage bag. This is more expensive than to just grab more trash bags. Let's order like... How many points do I have? 60. Let's order like 30 of them. It's not ordering? Alright, let's try significantly less. Give me 10. Like, maybe? Why do you not order? Did I do something wrong? Probably not functional yet. Maybe. I mean, it is day 1. Yeah, it's probably because it's day 1. Alright. Well, is there anything else I can use in this facility? Well, possibly this. Oh, the fridge is a bit open. Was it not closing? Okay. Nope. Held behind. Last trash. Yeah, it's probably fine. You know, actually, I'll have to repair those. Oh, shucks. Alright, let's use this. I'm gonna put the banana. We're gonna be putting all the paper. Glass trash, metal chunk. I have a cooking book. Oh. Oh, I can make those things. That's nice. Right. Do I still have something on me? No. I can still pick up some of the trash around. Already be living in a much better space. That's not ominous at all. Probably nothing. Alright, I'm going to need something to... Oh. There's a bit of lag. Alright, I'm going to need this, and... Wait. No, it does not help me. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, what do I do? Oh, I've stuck myself. I could eat that half-eaten apple. That's disgusting. Oh, you can eat it. Ugh. Abysmal. Put this all here. I think we've already, like, almost completely filled it up. Well, that's a bit sad. The rest of the cleaning's going to need to wait for later. Already got a decent chunk of it done. I mean, it's already looking a lot more like something if we just ignore this. And move that back here. Right. Now we just have the entirety rest of the room and the facilities to, you know, clean up. Like the break room, which is still on. We're not gonna keep the lights on. There's a broom in there. I could actually see if I can use the broom or something. Ooh, there's a camera. Good to know. Another... Yep. Not like the fact that there's like... Oh, you know... bunker right next door. Should play Signalist when you finish this one. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, I do have it. I could. Probably be just as much, if not more, nonsense. So we have a bunch of, like, waste over there. Over here, we have more trash cans. Good. And what's that there? That looks like a transformer. Right, the fuck was that? There's something out there, I heard it. Where the fuck is it? It's right there somewhere. There's no shotgun, unfortunately. Right, there's some dark fuckery over there. I have no fucking clue what it was, but there's something over there. So you know what? We're just gonna pretend it does not exist. Anyways, I'll get back inside. Either physics or dark magic. Possibly both. Also, just gonna... There we go. Lock the front door. Everything's a lot better. Right. How's your signal doing? 100% downloaded. Perfect. Let's save the signal. Understandable. Have a nice day. Right, let's look for another signal. Oh, there's one right above. Please function, and that would be like a whole day's of work less. No, sensor error. Fuck. Another signal. Here we go. Oh, you can actually see them moving outside. Like they actually are aligning with the signal. That's great. Alright, let's do polarity check. Alright. Oh. I thought this is around there. Right, look at this. Perfect. Ooh, I was around 600. Why is there creepy music? I'm gonna pretend I'm not hearing any of this. Ah, look at this! Famous last words. Hey, you know, if the spooky does not kill me, everything's good. An ominously open vent. This is totally not going to be a problem later. Oh yeah, that's some really spooky music. Can I order my bags yet? Nah, still can't. Can I look at the camera actually? Yeah. Babbity boop. Oh, you have zoom functions. Right, now I no longer need to go outside. I can just watch those cameras from here. Right, so is there anything else I can do in the meantime? Probably not much, but I can look at the server room. That one's fucked. Bloop, 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 bloop. It's going to be this, and we're going to wait a bit for the next. There we go, and it's going to give me some more points. Everything's good. Everything's fine. Things are getting a bit spooky. Just a tad. I'll just go collect the drives. Like around here and so on. No. I hate this place. It's so... Yes. Now my character's hungry again. Food is going to be an issue. I can feel it. It's giving FNAF vibes. Oh yeah, possibly. Alright. Is this a toilet burger or was it the other one. Oh, that's one still correct burger. There we go. Now, let's go for a little bit of sweep. Hey, for first day, everything's fine. Nothing weird happened. Oh, there's a moon up there. Hello, moon. The night gets so dark. Yep. Fully recovered. There we go, gents. Don't kid him. How is our signal? Fully downloaded. Hell yeah. I'm going to need a drive for this. Whoop. Let's play. Sounds good enough. Into the box you go. Oh, new signal. It's fine. It's a slow-paced game. Still gotta check on the calibrations. Oh, it's not responding. Okay, as we ping. How many servers are off? So we have kilos off, and it's fucking up with everyone's X-rays off as well. Okay. Alright, let's... Oh, apparently we're not too far on the polarity scale. Oh, that's already really great. Bridging the polarity. Now, let's move... Ooh. Oh, new email. There we go. 2 signals of level 0, we got that. Check this satellite and make a report. Oscar, Golf, and Hotel. Right, so... And we need Oscar, Golf, and Hotel. Well, while this is working, just go and look outside, because the sound we just heard is the drone bringing us gifts. Oh, boys! Oh, this is beautiful! Oh man, nah. I'm saying right here. I'm watching this. Oh boy. Oh, this is nice. Alright, what do we have there? Drives, MRE. Okay. Oh, I just accidentally ate one. It's fine. Okay, so we need to go to... Let me... Oscar Golf and Hotel. So here's the base. Need to go to Oscar. We need to go to Golf and we need to go to Hotel. So I think we can do Golf and Hotel pretty quickly and then move to Oscar. Let's go. No, shit. How do I... Right, let's go in the middle of the night. Nothing can go wrong with this. Why is it suddenly so dark? No, I'm not liking this. Nope, wrong way. Right. We're good. Everything's good. Golf and Oscar this way. And Golf is this way. Let's go. Nice little trip in the middle of the dark. Nothing can go wrong. Famous last words. What do you mean save error null? What do you mean save error null? Foxtrot. Wrong one. Fucked up. Must have taken a wrong turn. Foxtrot. Oh, Golf has to be up there. How do I get up there? There we go. Everything's a question of Skyrim. Which Skyrim enough so you can get anywhere. Seems like the right place. Golf. Here we go. Let's get this guy. Alright, so Golf, it's 06, C9, 44, DB34. There we go. Why is it a lot less dark now? Ah, the trees! It was the trees. Most likely. By all logic, this needs to be the one I needed to go to. Hotel. This was the next one. Yeah, it was this one. Then we'll just have Oscar and I'll have done my daily tasks right in the morning. Imagine that. That's what is called efficiency. Alright. So for hotel, it's 07 817 C82. I don't know if I should be, you know, reassured by the fact that nothing terrible has happened yet, or, you know, more wary. Both. Eh, true. Okay, this way should possibly lead me back to the main road. No, that leads back to the base. Yeah, now I need to go to see Oscar. That's not Oscar. It was this way. Oscar, if I remember right, was pretty far off. It's going to be a bit of a trek. Which one are you? Oh, what did I... Right? Almost got stuck. Oh no, there's the road over there. I'll just have to continue. Oh! Well... Yep, fuck. Yep. Well, that was an experience. It's taking a little swim. Yeah, little swim. Nothing to see here. Let's go through the forest. Probably a shortcut. Are you Oscar? What's he coded? This is Oscar! Stop everything. We found it. Alright, perfect. Now we got the last one for the day. Hear this? Maximum efficiency. And we've got 2 signals already. We already have our daily task. Everything beyond that is just gonna be bonus money. Alright. And so for Oscar, the hash code is 14A6 ABD 0D4. There we go. Now, all we have to do is go back home, finish some signals, send everything, get some money, and that will be a good day's of work. Oop. Everything's fine. I'm fine. I see signal tower, it's right over there. It's got two. Ooh, careful about the water. I'm essentially just skedaddle around there. Oh, we've got fuel. 75. Hey! Just like a quarter of the fuel for one little journey. Seems good enough. So, let's get this off this page. How do I, you know, possibly afterwards. How's the signal going? 97%, 0.3. Oh, that's great. Could probably get like a few signals. You know what? I'll try to see if I can order my garbage bags. I can! We have our garbage bags! Hell yeah! Praise be, we're going to be able to clean this place. Was the drone? Status offline? What do you mean status offline? This wasn't blinking red before. Do you have to go all the way up there? I have to go all the way up there, don't I? There's trash here. Yep. I was blinking red, but apparently it was actually the solution. Fair enough. Is there anything in there? Absolutely not. It's pretty high. We've got a nice view and everything. Well, down we go. Yeah, at least it's a nice view indeed. Alright, good to know. I have to go there to fix it if there's ever any problems with the drone. So I thought it was not blinking red before, but it was actually blinking red this entire time. It's just that turns out, good coincidence, it was actually there I had to go. And now the drone's arriving with all garbage bags. Hell yeah. Oh, this is going to make life so much easier. Let's get back in and start garbaging the place. Alright, this. Oop. Is it? Was that the drive hidden right? It's a bloody drive. What's it doing here? Right. Mm-hmm. Right. That's already like all of garbage. Not too much. It uses so much garbage cans, actually. This is going to be pretty terrifying. How's my signal doing? Oh, it's good. No, so far there hasn't been much horror. For now. I mean, only weird creepy music and weird sounds in some areas. That's about it. Right. Got another one. But I already check. Alright, there we go. It's negative around there. There we go. Now the frequency probably going to be a lot lower. Trying to just edge the frequency. There we go. Perfect. All given the rhythm at which we get those, I think... what time is it? 7:02? Well, yeah, we can get one more signal. Let's grab a few more garbage bags or something. Unless there's anything else useful. A compass could be useful. But do we have enough? Doesn't look like it. No. Oh, the points up there. No, we only have 10. Oh boy, we only have 10 points. Oh yeah, we're not going to be able to buy much. Yeah, we can buy another item box. Item box lets you sell items for similar. Okay. So let's try something. Possibly a bit stupid. Let's try it anyways. Oh, sorry, grabbing a bunch of trash. A metal chunk from one of third are actually useful. Let's leave that one here. Oh, that's where the poster was. Empty beer bowl. Not enough space. Okay. Just start storing stuff in there. Don't those have value? We could try selling them. I mean, we have food. You have the paper with the information on you? Yeah, I do. But we have to put this on the box. The fuck was that? The fuck was that? It was something. Can process signals? We can process signals. Maybe the machine? Possibly. I hope so. Still scared shitless regardless. Yeah, it sounded like a machine, kinda. Yeah, it sounded like, you know, the soldiers in Half-Life, you know? And there's a bunch of stuff I could put in there. Man. You know what? Let's order more garbage bags. That's what the world needs. More garbage bags. Whatever. Let's just go full on onto the garbage. Yeah, look like it's actually up there. So that's actually what we're doing. We're using the points up there. Well, we have no money anymore, but you know, we'll send everything back. I can't open those. Not really reassured by the presence of the mannequins, to be fair. We have rocks. Wallpaper. Is the drone coming over? Yes, it is. But that mannequin was there? Yeah, that mannequin was there. Just like there's the mannequin over there. They're just in a bunch of random places. There's the mannequin on the ground right over there. Here we go. More mannequins. Hey, hello. Welcome. Doing well, doing well. Welcome, we're doing some Voices of the Void. I have no idea what I'm doing, but so far so good. It's merely day 2. Already completed, like, the whole notes and everything, and got the amount of signals, and we're just, you know, grabbing a bunch of garbage bags, because this place is filled with trash. Oh boy. But yeah, so far, nothing horrible, nothing horrific, but this is still a horror game, so I suspect highly that something, at some point, is gonna come for me. Alright, let's bring this here. Yeah, this place is a mess. Right off the bat. Oop. And one more. Let's grab this one. How's stream going? Going well. Going well. Do I stream daily? No, not exactly. I have streamed yesterday because I was doing some Halo 3 Cursed Edition with my good friend Renard Chapeau, who was also streaming. And so that stream in particular is a bit more regular. I'm going to be streaming otherwise mostly on Saturdays. Possibly another day of the week as well, but for now, I'm going to be starting off slowly, because, yeah. It's all your hobbies other than streaming. So, I do a lot of tabletop role-playing in general. Especially, well, some Cyberpunk Red, some Dungeons & Dragons, of course, because it's a classic, Call of Cthulhu, so on. Without a boot of the ground. But yeah, that's essentially, like, sort of my hobbies. I'm a big movie viewer, which is also coupled with the fact that it is part of my job in real life. I work in movies, so being big into movies is something a bit essential. So yeah, I do watch a lot of movies overall. But yeah, and so the streaming is sort of like a thing I'm sort of starting off. Haven't really done much of that before, so the first time. This is like essentially my third stream. So yeah. So far, so good. Alright, that's the metal chunks. We actually don't want to use the metal chunks. I always keep forgetting that. But yeah. Nah, sorry, not quite interested in that right now. Bit preoccupied. But yeah. The paper I need to get rid of. I put all the garbage in there already. Yeah, I put all the garbage in there already. Well, I think I'm not going to be able to store anymore. Let's put this in. I'm sorry, I would be able to do so right now. That thing. There we go. Let's get this drone back in. My character's starting to get a bit hungry. I'm going to need some food. Oh, the trash is going through the ceiling. This is bad. Alright, is there any food left somewhere nearby which I can use? Nope. Well, just gonna have to use this. It's gonna be coming over at any time soon. You have to eat the forbidden burger. Not yet. Not yet, I don't have to. I'll try to push this back as much as I can. We're still only at 26%. What's efficiency? Efficiency is pretty variable. The signal quality is very high, signal frequency is pretty high. That's a planet we're actually getting stuff from. Oh, there's actually the polarity direction. I'm stupid. It's actually indicated. Well, I'm an idiot. It's raining again? Again. Oh, bloody hell. Alright. Goodbye, drone. I'm gonna get one more signal before the day ends. That would be awesome. I don't know, I'll just send my character to sleep. Alright, how are things going? They're still going pretty good. I'll just adjust the polarity slightly. Alright, I don't think we'll be able to get anything better right now. I'll just readjust the frequency. What's the frequency doing so badly? No. Alright, we got one who's bad. This one later. Going for the spooky stuff. Yeah, it's a really slow burn, looks like. So we're gonna see when the spooky arrives. Hopefully, not too far away in the future. Oh wait, I didn't check to ping all our little as we ping. So Kilo, Mike, X-ray. Alright, we have 3 down. 4 down, Charlie as well. Oh boy, alright. Hey, Kilo, Mike, X-ray, and Charlie. Charlie's right next to us. Kilo as well. Mike as well. Kilo, Mike, Charlie, and X-ray. X-ray's far away. I don't want to do X-ray. Let's do Kilo, Mike, and so on. Well, I'm going to need a bit of sleep before that, but... you know, character needs a bit of sleep. I'll just sleep through the storm. Seems good enough. We're recovered a bit. We'll try to see if the signal's done. If the signal's not done, I'm just gonna send everything. I'll just put this on next, you know, box. Yeah, it's not done. It's really not going quickly. Oh boy. Why is it so bad? I really need to fix the rest. Alright, so I'm gonna pop the lid. Oh, we got 169 points from what we sold. Oh boy. Right, you know what? Selling trash was great. Now we'll be able to buy even more bags to sell off even more trash. Loving this already. Let's bring this in. Start ordering some more. Right, so what we're going to need is another item box. And then we can, because we need garbage bags. I can grab like, yeah, let's grab Yeah, let's grab a bunch of them. Like a truckload. We can use this. You should get a flashlight. I have a flashlight. But the cranky one costs 400, so we cannot grab it right now. Right now we need the first drone to come grab, so we can at least have today's work done. Then we need to grab the item box. I'll need to be there because I don't want those things to potentially despawn or whatever. And then grab the garbage bags. I'll store all of that and we'll start, you know, fixing everything else. Alright, grab my little box. Go, flight. There's like a bunch of trash here. Let's regroup the trash a bit. It'll be a lot easier to deal with if it's a bit more grouped up. Of course, this door that never closes somehow decides to close now. Fuck's sake. Is it possible because the trash was blocking it and that was why it wasn't closing? Oh, it's not closing! This door mocks me. Alright, this is going to be the trash heap over there. Then we have to deal with all the rest. 224. Well, looks like our task has been completed and we got a bunch more points. We're gonna go quickly. Hey, if we do this well enough, also with all the cleaning, we might be able to afford Curthus, which means I won't have to do all the fixing. Ah, let's try this. Of a bump. Yeah, the two mannequins were here. Here's the next drone. It's a toolbox. Right, not enough space. Right, let's grab this one, put it here, and now we just need the garbage. No worries, that was the box disintegrating, so I was indeed right to be careful. Like this. Let's go up there. See if there's anything else to collect. Wood pieces, some paper. Canned food, that's gonna be nice, some beers. Empty can. Paper. Empty bag, empty bag. Wood pieces are probably useful for something else. Oh, there we go. Power physics. That's trash. Organic trash. Trash, 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 trash. There we go. More paper, more paper, more paper, more organic trash. A disc box. More food, a crate, paper sheet. This is an item box. Oh, yeah, okay. Right, sounds like we got our garbage bags. I'll just put all the trash in there. Yeah, everyone was here to... I was expecting horror game, now I'm just like going through a cleaning simulator. Or some random, you know, research facility in the middle of the Alps. Alright, and now we should have a buttload of garbage bags. There's not enough space. We have to start using them. Great, because we have all of this. Ah, that's the sound of hunger. Start using all of those. So we have some garbage over here. So I'm over here. Oh, wrong thing. And here. Oh, and here. Oop. A little bit of physics fuckery. Is there anything left there? There's a bunch left in here. Who the hell puts trash in the water? Why is there a shower right here? Oh, that's not the bag, that's the poster. Here we go. Hang in there. Alright, let's start putting this in there and grabbing the rest of them. There we go. And now we can try finishing off the main room at long last. Right, this is done. There's some in here. What the fuck was this noise? Up. I have to concentrate a bit. Hmm. Sounded like a child. That's bad. Yeah, possibly. Possibly bad. Possibly not bad. Who knows? It could just be, you know, random sound of something. I'm brain farting so badly right now. This is really bad. What a... Yes. And... Right. Right. And this is clean as well. On a roll. And one more garbage bag. Let's use it here. Oh, I can send this. The character in denial, good to go. Hey, you know, better be in denial than anything else. Here you go, loyal servant. Alright, let's see if I can grab some more trash somewhere. That's, you know, actually can be grabbed. I can stand there. Oh yeah, the break room. It's got loads of trash. A coffee cup. Oh. I hadn't realized there was a huge amount of blood right there. I almost fucking shit myself. Oh boy. Oh, there's more drives. Right. I might not have been able to get all the stuff fixed, but you know, I have gotten a bunch of trash removed, so you know, that's already progress, kinda. And my character is extremely hungry, so I think it might be time to possibly eat something, anything. Let's go see. What do we have in store? Oh, that's trash, 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 chocolate, and the forbidden burger. And an amari. We're gonna eat the chocolate. Chocolate's not enough. I was in an episode of the Magnus with the pumping avoiding the horror, being two figures in a row. Straight up ignored the evil skin stealing puppet because the plumbing was absolute shit. Alright, we're going now to eat the full burger. Alright. Shit's done. It just got super dark. Oh boy. No, I'll just drop the trash over here for now. I'll take care of this later. How's my signal doing? Signal is still crap. My efficiency is looking like garbage. Right. How bad is it? So, Kilo, Mike, X-ray, and Charlie. Still the same. Right, let's go take care of these guys. What is this way? Foxtrot, Oscar, and which one's the last one? War. Alright. That's not this way. We want to go for Mike. This way on the other end of the base. Oh. Your internet's acting up. Ooh, hopefully not too much. No, that's... Where's Charlie? Where is Charlie? Is it this way? But Kilo and Mike are over there, so let's do Kilo and Mike. Mike, Charlie, Yankee, and Kilo's right there. So let's take care of Kilo. $381. Hey, we're on a roll. At this rhythm, we might be able to afford, you know, a little funny lad. Will help me quite a bit. Okay. That's Kilo. Now we've got to do Mike, Charlie, and so on and so forth. So Mike is over there. Where's Mike? Charlie's right there, Mike's right there, so this should be Mike. Hopefully. Are you Mike? You're Mike! Perfect. We'll get 3 ones for fixed. X-ray's pretty fast, so I don't really want to go all the way. Yeah, here we go. 7 minus 4, that will be 3, 24, 5, 9. It's gonna be 4. 6 minus 8, gonna get 2, 6. Go. And go there in the morning. Yeah, but I'll be doing the runs in the morning. I have to, you know, get all the hash codes. So we'll want to, you know, get that done. Charlie's right there. How's the fuel doing? Fuel's doing good. We'll just add in a bit more fuel to when I get back. We'll be able to get there pretty quickly. So far, so good. Been pretty efficient. Hasn't been anything spooky. Except, you know, occasional weird noises. That's about it. I'm going to plan to have a Discord server. I don't know. Depends if I'm able to, you know, moderate it. I do not know. This isn't the right place. The server's functional. This isn't Charlie. Unless it's unfucked itself. That's not Charlie. That's Delta. Fuck. Charlie's over there. Alright, let's... Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh. Yeah, that's Charlie. No, fucked it. Alright, let's do this again. That's gonna be this. This is going to be this. Alright, let's do SD cal for Oscar. It's the most out of calibration, and we'll get back home in a jiffy. Yeah, so far so good. So far so good. Oh. It's so dark, yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be a horror game. I guess that's why it's supposed to be, you know, all dark and stuff, but, you know. Alright. Back in. Fixed everything. We're the best. I only need 100 points, so honestly, if I just, you know, don't do anything too random, I should be able to get, like, the last 100 points, and I should be able to afford a Curfer. This is bad. Why is my signal completely off? Well, but now 50 is a lot better. Alright. Everything looks fine. We have any emails? We have a new email. Package received. Alright. Not enough data. These are okay, but the systems can't recognize anything useful. Try to find something more interesting than that. Package been successfully delivered. Nice job. Package received. Cantor, please check that also. Radio Talon. Right, so we actually need to maybe process the data beforehand. Right, you know what? Time to go to bed. That's super fucking dark. Just less battery usage, so on. Right. What do we have? An MRE. We're going to be using that because I don't exactly have anything else. Wash your filthy hands. Health Awareness Administration. Oh boy. You can eat the soap. You can eat the soap. I mean, that's great to know. Possibly. Right. Desperate measure. Yeah. Desperate measure indeed. Not right now. No, I got a package delivered. Time to get back to work. An MRE and a drive. Because we never have enough of those. Right. As a stuff, we're still an absolute disarray. It's been a few hours and we haven't downloaded shit. Why is it so bad? We'll lose like a bunch of servers or something. Please tell me we haven't lost like a bunch of them. Quebec, Romeo, Tango, Victor, Echo, X-Ray is still off because I haven't fixed it. Golf has been lost. Alright, so we're down. And we're still downloading absolute crap. It's taking forever. Daily task, X-ray, uniform, golf. Well, you know what? We have to fix X-ray, we have to fix golf. We're going to have to go get them anyways, so you know what? Seems good enough for me. Right, so while this downloads, let's go take care of this. So X-ray is here, uniform is there, golf is there. So let's do golf and uniform and then X-ray. This is only like day 3. I'll leave for a minute. Alright, see you in a bit. I'll just... Oh boy. Almost fell off. All good. It is so bloody dark. Isn't a star in the sky. How's someone supposed to work in those kinds of conditions? At 1, 2. Nine, 6, 7, 8, 0, 1, 8. There we go. Golf done, then we have uniform. No spooky moments? No, none. I'm surprised. Okay, so... uniform should be somewhere over there. Are you possibly the one I'm looking for? Probably not, because... no, that's hotel. So it should be a lot further that way. Oh, signal tower all the way over there. That should be uniform. Bit of a jog. Oh boy! Right. We're still good. I mean, it looks good enough. Health is good enough. Are you the correct one? This whiskey. Fuck. Where's uniform? Am I not dead? Yeah, you know, skills. Where could uniform possibly be? Oh, we can SV target. Alright, so... now my compass is targeting uniform. So... should be over there. Hey! Did you miss anything? Nothing much. I just fell off a cliff. This cliff, to be exact. Oh boy. Yeah, that's not gonna make it. Right. Let's do this some other way. Oh boy. Oh boy. If I follow the red direction, will I be closer or further away from my destination? I think the monsters are too terrified of your driving skills. Hey, whether it be this game or whether it be Halo. Oh, signal. Maybe it's this one? Which one are you? This is Papa. Okay, so that means the blue is actually the direction I have to go in. That is logic. Ooh. So let's hopefully get somewhere. Oh boy. Oh. Now this looks like edge of the map stuff. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Okay, looks like it is indeed the red arrow that I have to follow. Well. Ooh. What's this? Transformers. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is what powers the base. Oh no. It's a monitor, keyboard, power block. Oh, is there anything in there? No, nothing. Anything in there? Nothing. Some people just... Oh, there's cigarettes. I'm gonna grab this. No, bad driving skills. You know, maybe. Who knows? Alright, there's a bunch of fuel here, which is useful to know. Hey! It's all good. It's all good. Alright, so this one is gotta be uniform. Hell yeah. Next on my list. Alright, let's go. There's v.hash. Let's get this on the way. I have to turn a bit. Oop. So 20 BC6 for A620. And now we only have X-ray left. So as we target X-ray. There we go. Roadkill for dinner? Yeah, I don't know if eating monsters is a good idea, you know? Or maybe they could taste like chicken, who knows? Oh. Well. And say no to monster chicken. Of course you wouldn't. Right, looks like this is X-Ray. We'll get it back online at the same time. And we'll have everything completed. Right, let's confirm it is indeed X-Ray. Right, let's fix this. There we go. Alright. So, sv.hash. We got this guy's hash. And now, well, I've completed this, and only signals will be left. I have to do like 2 signals. Is it a C or G? Yeah, it is a C. Right, we're perfect. Now we'll just SV target base. SV target A. Alright, SV target reset. Let's go back to all this. Oh, let's SV ping as well. Check nothing's broken. Alright, now let's calibrate everything. And while it's calibrating, we'll go back home, only deal with those signals, and then process them, get the job done. And hopefully we'll be able to afford a new little companion so you don't have to go around fixing stuff. Seems like the proper road. Oop. Yeah, there's the gate. You have to go over there. Speed. Oop. A bit too much speed. Out of 10 good driving? Hey, you know, it's good enough. And now we head back in, put the brakes, close this. And a good day of work is done. All I have to do is deal with those. So, let's grab this boy. How's our signal? Our signal is completely fucked in terms of polarity. What the hell happened here? Why do I keep losing calibration? Alright, we're back on track. Hopefully. Is everything good here? Everything looks good. How's our calibration? Calibration complete. Skyrim driving, from what I can see, yeah. Everything is a question of Skyrim. If you Skyrim enough, you can get anywhere. I do wonder what there is up there. Like, do you think... Yeah, let's try this. Oh! There's probably a way to get up there. Possibly. This seems okay. Walls are pretty filthy. Utility closet. Oh, we got this. And a bucket. Alright, it's got water. Alright. So... No. Oh, it just pushes stuff. I was hoping for something better. Alright. And I use the bucket of water to, you know, clean stuff. Yep. Doesn't look like it. I think you need a mop. Yeah. Can I get a mop, actually? Is a mop a thing? It is! There's a mop in a mop bucket, but it costs a lot. Doesn't work. Why can't you use a phone? We have a red phone, but it doesn't work. Why do we have a red phone in that case? 85%. Alright, you know what? We've got a lot of time. The signal does not progress by much. So, what I think we can do is continue the cleaning scheme. Well, I think I'm going to be dealing with this bathroom, because... oh boy. There is so much garbage in here. There is so much garbage in this place. It's absolutely terrible. Someone needs to clean this, and it's gonna have to be me. You know what? We have time. A lot of time. There's a bucket, dear God, yes. Gentlemen, synchronize your death watches. Right. Is there any trash left? Okay, let's use this. Put all the trash inside. So synchronize your buckets. No, that's from the infamous shitpost, but no. Can I? I've gone to put the paper in there. Right. Can I clean any of this? Please. No, it doesn't look like it. At least not with this. Can I collect and haul? And I cannot use this as well, and I suspect that if I right click it will eat the soap, which is not my plan. There's no hot water. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's give stamina back? Oh, it gives stamina back. Right. The more you know. Right, gonna have to eat some of the forbidden burger, just so we have some food. And some of the coffee. From the coffee machine. Alright. Is there anything left? Alright, let's throw this. Pots. Oh yeah, and we have this, you know, if we want to do such things as observing the sky. Hey look, it's Mars. Right, it's cool. No, I'll just go through. Well, that's sad. Can I try this? Right, let's go, baby. I wanna go see if there's anything on the roof. Oh boy. Oh, I fucked it up. Right. Hey! We're on the roof now. Is this me? Oh, there's another burger. And it's on the roof. Alright, this has to be a way to get to it then. No. There's somewhere over there. Oh, there's this. Oh, the roof. Yeah. The roof burger. Okay, that's this. Oh. Whoop. Oh. Oh, here we go. And some paper. And some more paper. Oh, I can squeeze underneath. Lots of stuff. Right? I don't think you're supposed to eat that, but... What was that noise? Oh, more burger. Well, it's nothing at all. Let's find a way down. Whoop, whoop, whoop. More burgers. So, let's shove the new burger in there. Chicken burger, drop. Here we go. Oh, facial expression if you have that. Hey, thanks. So much trash. Alright, how is the signal doing? 100% at last! Bloody hell. Alright, let's get another signal down. Invalid object. Ooh, signal. Pin failed. Right, got another signal. This is okay. Let's put this, and you know what? Let's put this here. POV being a crispy audio feels like an oil farm being fried. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Right there. I saw it. Give me that polarity. Oh, being really subtle now. Oh, there we go. And now frequency. Is it the lower frequency? Oh, it is. Oh. All right. Now this should remain idle and we're downloading super fast. Alright, so Reinstall module. What do you mean by this? Oh, it's actually it's actually an achievement. We have to find all the burgers. Alright, good to know. Modules. Automatic signal processing, signal priority. Alright, server alert, spectrogram, keyboard remote control. Boy, that's a lot. Detector quality, processing level. Oh, so processing level is still jack shit. We're still at level. Alright, so this is a level 0. Alright, so but we actually do need level 0s, so we're good. So we're actually good in terms of our daily task. All we need is this guy to be finished, and we'll have done everything. And with a bit of luck, we might be able to afford a little friend for the next day. That'll make our life a lot easier. We'll just have to, you know, reap in the rewards. Take a lot more time just, you know, casually cleaning all of this, possibly afford a mop later on. Oh, this is processing super fast. Oh, this is so much better. Why do I have random wood pieces everywhere? It's just... Oh, this is level 0 data? No, it's empty. Alright. I was wondering. Broken again. G minus 7. 7 minus 8. I fucked it. I'm going again. This is really like the kind of stuff where it's your brain is fried, you just can't concentrate on them. Why am I... You can tell that it's been an extremely long time since I've been doing a lot of rapid calculation. You know, the consequences of doing an artistic job is you don't do math often. Yeah. Alright, let's see. We're going even faster. And I would like to one day process data, but apparently we need an upgrade, and I don't want to pay for the upgrade because... you know, money. There's a bunch more stuff here. Oh, and the port deleter. Alright, so we have a drive deleter, that's good. Alright, what's new on our signal? Oh. Oh, what are those? The hell is this? Oh, that's what the alert means. We have a new signal. Alright. Okay, so there's something over there. What is it doing? It's not moving. It's about... yes, it should be around... so it's a Transformer 3. Alright, let's go to Transformer 3, guys. Let's see. Just gonna drop a quick save, just in case. Alright, let's put SV target T3. T3 is not a server. Oh yeah, true. I can only target servers. What's the closest server? Romeo. Alright, let's target Romeo. SV target Romeo. There we go. Let's go find out what the hell this is. You know, because it's always a good idea to, you know, go examine weird signals. Wait, I'm just gonna... There we go. A lot easier. So Romeo is over there. In space or close to you? I have no idea. All I know is that it's somewhere on the map. So possibly, you know, not in space. Let's go see what was emitting that signal. Romeo's there. Transformer's up there. You know what? We'll just go and boot the transformer. But apparently it wasn't too far from the transformer, so let's just park right next to it. There we go. And, you know, let's fix it up while we're here. Oh, that's great. How am I supposed to get in there? Oh. Holy fuck, this is so much trash. The fuck happened here? Oh well. Not enough space. You know what? Let's just drop random paper we don't need. Alright, we can't collect these. What is the medkit? A book, a mouse, keyboards, more books, power blocks, out of order, watering can, monitor. Alright, let's bring this outside. I'll just leave that here. Right, so the signal was not too far around here. Let's try to figure out if it could be like somewhere reachable. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's great. A grave. Yeah, that's definitely something that has a place here. Is that the signal? Is there something nearby? Because the grave wouldn't emit, you know, a radio signal or something. So, have a quick look around. There's nothing suspicious. Well, looks like it. Well, nothing spooky here. It's only just a grave. You know, a grave in the middle of the Swiss Alps. Around the territory of a super secretive scientific expedition, you know? Yeah. A grave. No anomalies yet? Just the sound of space? Yeah. Nothing weird. Just, you know, random grave and this rock, which apparently fell and broke stuff. And, you know, we got the transformer fixed. I got this for some reason. No, I can't go back with this. Nah, shit. Well, I'm gonna have to leave that here. How much space does it take? It takes a bunch of... Oh yeah, but I have tons of drives. That's possibly why. Alright, we'll be heading back. Yeah, I can totally make that. Yeah, look, rolling down cliffs. Ain't I the best driver ever? Oh boy. Right, so we found a grave. Nothing too special. I thought we'd be finding something a bit more weird, but you know, no. I'm going to crash the car, yes. I'm a bit disappointed by that trip, to be fair. But hey. No, it's fine, he didn't move. Alright, how's our signal going? Signal has been fully downloaded. Here we bloody go. So let's grab a drive. Yep. It's done. Right, let's just tear the page from the notebook. We need a lid. Time to send it off. Right, we've done today's work. Amazing. Let's grab yourself another signal so it's already being, you know, processed. Well, this way is probably a little better. More signals apparently. Chance of finding something useful. Yep. Signal here. Are you pingable? No. That's right there, Unedited. Invalid object. Ah. There, signal. Hell yeah, we got another one. No, there he is. Alright. Now the frequency. That was an email. Alright. Nice job. Report checked in. 75. 10 points. Too noisy. We can't do much with this information. Alright, but we have the money. So that means we're gonna be getting a friend. Alright, which color do we want? Do we want him blue? Do we want him pink? Or do we want him red? So from what I've been told, the blue one's a girl, the pink one's a boy, and the red one's non-binary. Pink? You're going with pink? Want the doubt? We want the guy? Alright. Going with pink. So you don't know, it's essentially the robot that was used by Carrefour at a time. Oh, let's wait for him. He's about 5 kilometers out. Okay, we still have some time. That's a bunch of trash here. This is open to beer. I mean, I can use it. Oh! Oh no. What? What is it? I'm going to have to bring my character to sleep right afterward. Are there cockroaches? They can use them? What do you mean by use? What is use? Oh no, if you use them, you eat them. Oh no! Okay, do not use the cockroaches. Alright. Here we go. There's a drone. Protein. Yeah, protein. True. True, but not necessarily the kind of protein I want. Yes. Here he is.
Meow.
There we go.
Meow. 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 Meow.
Sent to fix the servers. Please do not get stuck. Alright. Do your job. Oh, you know what? Let's just deactivate. Oh. Deactivate them for now. Well, just so you know, like, we can... Oh. Oh, we need... Oop. So when the servers are broken, we can just, you know, use... Yeah, it's the robot like in sushi restaurants. Indeed. Like... Oh. Is this... Fuck's sake. Yeah, here we go. We're loading. Okay. There's been more signals and now there's no signals. Alright. I mean, I'm just not gonna question it. You know what? Everything's good. Everything looks good. Have Kerfer being recharged. Time for a little sweep. Yeah. A little bit of EP. Don't really have a given name. It's already got a name. It's Kerfer. They're always called Kerfer. No, I like Kerfer. I like the name. You know, I don't want to change it. Right. Going through the night. Only got 51 points left, but we're going to be using all of that to clean garbage. If you get another no cover, I don't think we don't need another one. We only need one. 2 is going to be a lot. Just one robot's enough. Because essentially it's just going to be running around, fixing the servers, and then coming back. So... Right, so far we've been having some good night's sleep. There's a disk drive in there, of course. Oh, some shrimps. That's great. True robot Neko Gas, dude. He needs a friend. Am I not friend? Am I not friend shape? Alright, let's get some more garbage bags. And an item box would be nice. Alright, well, we said there's something spooky is gonna happen. Well, something spooky just fucking happened. Alright, what? Right. Just pulled a bit too much power. Well, that was nice, yeah. Definitely nice. I have to go and go all around, put all the lights back on and so on. That's my daily MRE. Right, so no funny business yet. Let's place this. Right. We're back in business. How decalibrate? Oh, no, everything's good. We have to reactivate this. Well, Now I have to redo this card. That's great. Email daily task Victor Uniform and Yankee. Prepare the report. Yeah, we're looking for the item box. There we go. We do not have enough points for the item box. Oh, this is bad. Right. So, do we still get our garbage bags? We still get our garbage bags. They're just going to take a little while to arrive. Can online shopping in peace? Yeah, you know, you can't just browse and get stuff. You have to have someone fucking around with, you know, Transformers. Oh boy. Thank you, guys. He's not going to kill us in a couple of hours. Hey, you know, it's fine. No ghosts here. Yeah, I forgot to purchase an item box, so... So heavy. Come on. Right. Garbage bags. 4 days. Yeah, we're gonna be dealing with this afterwards. Right. Nope, that's not what I want to use. Let's grab some ore. Gonna put some other rooms so we can start, you know, cleaning everything. I will need an item box to sell all of it, which will make us about a lot of cash. I'm going to stress the heck out of you. Well, I'm the one playing actually, so... That's been fine. I've only had, like, the power cut out. Nothing too spooky. In terms of spookiness, this was, like, really low levels of spooky. Yeah, it's pretty chill. Yeah, so far. Haven't been jump scared, haven't seen any demons, haven't seen any weird aliens. So far, so good. And it is a slow burn game, so... At some point, somewhere, something's gonna happen. You're poking down. Yeah. Like I haven't been doing this enough. Like I'm probably gonna get karma at some point. Oh, one more. Whoop. And there's the last garbage left, and then we'll need item boxes to clear all of that. Will be a lot of work done. And then I'll have to concentrate on all the rest. So... That's SV ping. Everything's good. Right. So, what are targets? Targets are Victor, Uniform, Yankee. So, let's SV target Victor. Now. Head out on a merry way. There's a signal downloaded because it was pretty quick. Oh, it's almost... Yeah, let's just stay here. Wait for this signal to finish. Download it. Save it. Store it into one of these boxes. I'll have to grab a new box for today. I have a bunch of trash on me, don't I? Yeah, I should just drop the hammer. I can drop this, we don't need it. We can drop this, we don't need it. No need the cooking book on me. And I can just, you know, make myself a little... Yeah, it's not very elegant, but you know, it works. Oh, time to get another signal. Yep. This one's finished. I'll get another signal, so it's up and running, and I'll go do all the routine. Is it? There has to be a light somewhere. A light switch. A light switch visibly. I still have a bunch of drives. What I'm lacking is drive boxes mostly. Just crap a ton of drives on the floor. Yeah. Because I have them all in my pocket and that was going to be a bit too much. Do we have... Is this another beer? No, that's an empty beer bowl. You know what? Let's kick back. Enjoy beer. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is the best state of mind to be in. Doing this. Oh my god, it actually makes you really drunk. Like moving around. And we can be the best combo. Like, you know what? Let's like... I got it. There we go. But that's not a lighter. That's just one cigarette and I don't have a lighter. Oh, this sucks. Oh, this sucks. We don't have a lighter? No, there has to be a way. Are you supposed to light a cigarette if you just have like cigarettes like this and just like not do anything? Nah. If I put it on all. There we go. Oh, it's 100. Holy shit. Like a fifth of a Kerfer just to have... Oh boy. Just eat it. Imagine a monster attack when you... Yeah, what I'm like thinking is like, if I'm drunk enough, will I notice anything weird? Exactly. The best characters in horror movies don't realize there's any monsters because they're too drunk to figure that out. There we go. Etch this. won't be able to get anything better. Looks like an asteroid. Alright. Oh, I don't think I can get rid of the cigarettes, so I guess we have a cigarette on our face now. Or we just look cool instead. Alright. So... then we can start upgrading those things, so we should be able to like download stuff a lot faster. So on, which would be nice. Get ourselves a lot more signals. Bug-Held Beer, Shrimp, Dr. Penny, Peepsy, Mau Mew, Fancy. Alright. Let's order some... oh, we can't. Oh, it's 15 points to get some Peepsy. Right. Peepsy, yes. Peepsy. Download it, save the signal, let's read it. Bunch of random crap, no worries, we'll just find a new one. Nope. Right, you know what? We got this one launched. Let's go. Somewhere over there. Which one do I have to go to? Forgot. A cigarette makes everything better? Yeah, it does. Just feel a lot more badass than you actually are. Alright, I should have taken the way up. Here we are, out in the rain, trying to find random signals and hash codes, word ports. Manifesting a monster. You know, if you dare the devil enough, maybe something will happen. Right now, well, I'm being pretty daring. Oh, what? What was that? What was that? Why is the little lantern thing here? Right. Nothing important. This is fine. Yeah, look, nothing's happening. Everything's perfect. Victor. Oh yeah, we had to do Victor. True. No, so good. We still have some bowls. Can I just... It's an empty one. I'll just drop it here. Alright, let's see. sv.hash. Our new hash code. So for Victor, it's 21 88 39 CDCC. Now, let's... Alright, which one? Uniform and Yankee. Alright, let's... sv.target uniform. Heading out once again. Wait, it worked? What do you mean it worked? No monsters occurred. So far so good. Now... Oh, the sun's coming up. Oh, that's lovely. What'd they say? No monsters in the sunlight. Monster that appeared? Nah, nothing. I'm kinda disappointed, to be fair. Expected a bit more. I mean, it's the first few days, but you know. Right. Still out there, still expecting anything spooky, nothing at all. As if the game's trying to troll me away. Right, let's SV hash this. This one's uniform. This feels like just simply, you know, routine simulator at this point. E5. Next one's Yankee, so SV target Yankee. There we go. Yeah, no monster appeared. There we go. Right, what the fuck is this? Well, it doesn't seem on having any doors, so, you know, we're just gonna pretend that this does not exist. Yeah, there's something inside. I don't want to figure that out. Right, let's go. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, look, I can't enter the house. There's spooky shit, you know. Is this the... No, it's not. Gonna go all the way. Gotta go pretty far just for that report. That's not mess around with them abandoned buildings. Yeah, you know. I mean, anyways, I don't have anything to go at it, so... what am I expected to do, you know? Yankees over there. That's on the other way, so I assume I have to follow this road and sort of... around. Hammer? Nah, the hammer doesn't help, apparently. Because I haven't been able to break the boards. I think I need the crowbar, and so I will need enough money to make myself an item box, so I can sell the garbage and get a crowbar. Yeah. It's probably a better idea. Okay, so imagine I need to get up here, and this gotta be whiskey. Oh, Yankee, sorry. Yankee, not whiskey. Whiskey is a different place. Too many spots. So many I have to take off. Right, this one looks like the good... so... let me see, you're Yankee, you're the good one, you're the one we want. Robert Freeman against the Woods, yeah. There's something right there, I'll look at it. Alright, so sv.hash, here we go, and we've got a last hash of the day. That's 24A66 57 22 1. There we go! Now I wonder what the hell this is. As you can see, we're pretty fast, pretty efficient. How do we get up there? Doop, doop, doop. Whoa! Right, the fuck is this? Someplace in the middle of the woods. Empty food. A bed. Yeah, it's not creepy at all, you know. Alright. There's something up there. Maybe. Perhaps. No, nothing. Well, just creepy spot in the woods. No blood, no nothing. There, no. Nothing. The hole. What do you mean, the hole? Oh, what the fuck? Right, the hole. An electric generator? A drive with level 0? A badge. Some MREs. A jacket. Hammers, gas cans with barely enough fuel, toolbox, more MREs. You know. Disc protection kits. Alright, day 41, we have some more financial support for a mission. We can get deeper this time, but I noticed something interesting. The hole made one deep bassy sound. Couldn't record it, don't know if it was a naturally made sound, but it sounds like a really deep metal squeak. The hole is pretty weird. Oh, those are like random paper sheets. Okay. Explosive barrels, electronic trash. A welding mask. Hell yeah, let's equip this. Another battery. A screwdriver. That can be useful. There's some metal scrap. Oh, and a burger. Yep, let's feed on the burger. Right? We found one creepy spot. We've got a signal out of that creepy spot. I'm probably gonna put it someplace for processing later. Once we start learning how to, you know, process signals. Oop. Fuck. Oh, that was a bit of blood. Now, where's my car? Where's my car? Oh hell, where's my car? Where's it gone? It's gotta be somewhere. I mean, I was there. I fell down like this. Oh. Oh, this is bad. I believe I might have died. Yeah, I fucking died. Alright. Well, hopefully last save wasn't too far away. Nothing, no monsters killed me, only myself. Well, this is great. I got killed by my own driving skills. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've been a bit too reckless and I have suffered the consequences. Oh, we're back. Did I get the drive? I did not get the drive. Well, let's go grab the drive from the hall. And you know, all the good stuff. Right. Got to the hall. Let's grab the drive. Grab the MREs. The jackets. More MREs. Server protection. Battery. And there was a welding mask I could wear. Where is it? Somewhere shoved between two boxes or something. There it is. Equipped. And I believe that was everything. Yeah, because the... Oh, that was beer. There you go. Alright. Looks good enough for me. Let's go back. Turn this eclipse under 2. Yeah. Alright. Gotta be a wee bit more careful this time. Just a tad. You know. There we go! Look at this. I've got awesome driving skills. Alright, so we got everything. Got a new signal I will keep on the side to process later. Doesn't die again, so yeah. Hello. What's killed me was mostly me just redoing the exact thing that got me hurt in the first place, just to try to figure out where the car was. But now the car's back, so you know, we're all good. I have a toolbox. I'm going to hold the toolbox and see if I can do such a thing as... Yeah, I can fix it. There we go! Let's just drop the paper sheet, I don't need that. Let's put some stuff around. So, you know what, I'm going to use you as storage. I'm going to put the server protection kits in there, jacket, the drive I've found. It's all this, and the MREs. Which will be extremely useful later. Alright, let's see, how is our signal? Our signal sucks balls, because we may or may not be completely off track. Get our polarity back. There we go! Look at this. Starting to load stuff a bit. Yeah. Right, how much does a... Oh, this is off. Right. How much does a crowbar cost? Email. I had no email notification. There's no email. Right. So a crowbar costs 50. So we need 50. So if I get an item box, is an item box possible? An item box is actually possible right now. Let's get this and sell the trash. Why is a mannequin outside looking at us? Because he's there, simply. Like, you know. Hi. Let me just, you know. There he is. He will guard us against the monsters that will go for him first. I really want to try getting into this, but I haven't found the code. There has to be a code. Yeah, this is active. It's like, these two are going to be absolutely terrifying. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Just like, you know, I have this guy. He guards the front of the garage. Here we go. Right, so now we can start storing the trash again and selling it off for money. Organic trash. This is already looking so much better than before. Do we have any more trash? That's a melt chunk. We need to keep those. This is more trash. Here we go. Now we just send it back. We'll have a lot of money. And with that money, we'll acquire a little, you know, crowbar and stuff. Realistic crowbar. Right, so let's go back to looking at the signal. Signal's looking good. How much does data processing cost? So processing level costs about 30. So if we get enough, we might be able to process a signal. Be able to make us a lot more money. And you know, just random level 1 signals. A bunch of drives here. We'll try to process the signal we've got. Let's see if we can process it. I don't know, maybe. Where's... Alright, it's coming closer. More money and more lore, yeah. Alright, look. We have a mannequin here, we have 2 mannequins there. Bunch of lockers. Yeah, one day, which day are we on? If I don't even remember like which day we're on at this point in this. We are on day 1, 2, 3. So in day 3, and I know for a fact that there are events that will only happen after a certain amount of days. So there's also the fact that there's some stuff that's not gonna happen to us right now, which is a bit sad, you know. But you know, we have a rather clean space right now. Right now I just need the money. Give me the money. Oh, the character's gonna need sleep. Alright, let's go sleep. A little sleep is always good. Plus, let's, you know, there's a little something to eat. Nothing. Well, just sleep it off. It's only 11, so yeah, we've done like quite a bit. Only taken half a day to actually do our tasks, mostly. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Right. You know what? Let's grab this poster and like put it somewhere else. Let's put it in the main room. Go. Yeah. Let's put it here. Here we go. I want to believe. So how's our signal? Signal is good. Let us save it. Let us examine it. Grab a drive. That ends today's work. Here we go. Oop, there we go. Now we got 113 points. Let's just check the status of our servers. We've got a bunch of servers down. Let's check. Is everything okay elsewhere? everything looks good, so we just got a bunch of servers here that are not good. Alright, you know what? Here you go. Go fix everything. Alright. Find ourselves a new signal. Right. And while we're at it, crowbar. Alright, he's done his work. He's fixed everything. Now we just gotta move him around. Here we go. Ah, come on! Let me have access to the... This is going to be difficult. Alright. Now... Oh, fuck, he's in the way. No! Oh. Eesh.
Yeah.
Right, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, we can't do it like this. No. Come on. Yes! No! This is so hard. Ah, yes! Here we go. Alright, so it's... there. I've got like a yellow notch. Right, and then the frequency. Alright, there we go. Let's go see that crowbar. Hell yeah. Right. You know what? Let's try this. Just putting a little save. Right. Disappointed. Does it work on this? Yeah, it does. Right, I'm confused. Right, I'm gonna need an MRE. This one. Right, perfect. Now, gonna... Potatoes! And coal and rubber trash. Canned food. MRE. More potatoes. More coal. Oh, this is really random. I'm just gonna put the potatoes in the fridge. But very well. I can plant the potatoes? Most likely. But you know, not an immediate concern of mine. But most likely can plant the potatoes. 4 hours, no spooky horror? Yeah. I know. I even tried. Like, I got myself a crowbar. I thought that, you know, I could try opening this. It just does not work. Like, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? What do you think? Yeah. Apparently, you can't Gordon Freeman your way out of everything. Otherwise, we'd be already looking what's inside that bunker. Well, there's spooky horror. Nothing's coming. Nothing on radar. You can see. Everything's fine. No. Very sad. So, package received, dental information, package received, too noisy. You know what? Let's do this. Do we have... Oh, we can upgrade a module. We're gonna have radar colors, radar entity difference, remote control, spectrogram visualization, automatic signal processing, automatic and ATV solar power. We're going to get ourselves some processing power. I'm going to get us some download speed, which I truly think we need. And as a module, automatic polarity direction could be really nice. Well, it's not that much of an urgent thing. Signal autosave, storm filter, radar color, radar entity difference, server alert. Storm filter. What exactly does storm filter does? We can't afford it. And to go to the abandoned house with the crowbar. Do I really want to go to the abandoned house? Also, it doesn't seem like it's crowbarable. As in, when I went around, all the walls were essentially like fully closed down. We could try maybe up there with a hook. Quick component time. Sensor speed, ping size, ping speed, server stability, filter size. Yeah, no, I think we're like pretty much good. There's this thing called a hook. Let me try getting this. It'll be pretty nice. And a few upgrades, I think, in the Radar history, radar speed. Nah, not the speed. I think we can put more into the downloading. Oh, we have a debt now. Oh, that's sad. But we have processing power, so what I'm gonna grab is the drive here. Start trying to process it. What do you mean, no? File size. Target level. What do you mean no target level? I literally... Right, let's... Here we go, we're processing this. Alright, well, it's gonna be working. In the meantime, we're downloading surprisingly faster than before. Which is nice. Let's go see what we've got now. Which is... I almost got scared by the mannequin. Which is a hook. Here we can hook to stuff. It's pretty nice. It's a grappling hook. And now, maybe we can get into the abandoned house. Where was it already? It was right next to the second one we had to do today, which was... it was Uniform on the way to Yankee. So, if we are to go to Uniform, we might be able to get there. You know, maybe find something. Let's SV target Uniform. Here we go! Let's try to see if we'll find anything spooky this time. Maybe in the morning? Nah, let's go. Nothing spooky has been happening so far. And we've essentially gone through almost... Did I just stuck myself? I stuck myself. Essentially gone through like a bunch of places and just got like nothing. Nothing at all. Which is really sad. Four-hour stream, no screaming. Yeah! True. I mean, the only spooky thing was, you know, the lights turning off. Oh, there it is. Spooky house. Alright. So... You know, like... No, that is not what I intended to do. It's not like a hole on top. There is one right there. So that is indeed the way to enter, but how? Like, how's the cookie? Oh! Oh boy! Here we go! We're going into the spooky house. We're off to a great start. Oh boy. The fuck was that noise? Oh, I definitely did something bad. You know what? But there's something up there. How am I supposed to do this? Oh, there we go. Right. What's in there? Nothing. Nothing. It's just a bunch of garbage. Right. Why can I not collect it? I have so much space. How big is this? Get the heck out of there now. Now! Oh, you know what? Can't get rid of the devil gate. Can't like, bring it with me, so you know, sort of going to be leaving it here. But yeah, I'm quite sad. Alright, no monsters, no spookies. Nothing in particular. No bad consequences? No bad consequences. It's not like they're going to start spawning something to go after me just because I went inside a house. But if they do, at least I'll have, you know, content. Because so far there's been nothing. Anyway, did have a creature screaming. Yeah. Or was it really creature screaming? A content warning. Yeah, it's fine. Most likely. Probably. Now let's go back to signal processing. So, how is our stuff going? It's going extremely well. We have even more signals. Let's grab a new box. Is this still working? Yes, it is. It's only done 18%. Crap. This is slow as hell. Right, new signal. Let's go. Seems good enough. Alright. Yeah. You know what? It's a great time for this character to go to sleep. And most likely, nothing will happen. Oh, something just flew. Light just drowned in a glass of water. Oh boy. That's probably just night lights, yeah. Alright, let's get ready for the new day, new job. Right, where do we have to go this time? Three signals of level 1. Level 1? Oh, bloody hell, but we're still processing this one. It's gonna take so bloody long. I'm gonna need a lot more computing power. Where can I find a signal? Oof. Nothing inauspicious has yet to happen. That has been making me quite a bit saddened. On day 4, there's nothing. No weird stuff. Weird screaming inside a house. Right. Let's go bound with the routine. Right, was around 700. Okay. Right, there we go. Let's change polarity. Nothing. Change polarity again. There we go. Recently it's only been positive polarities, which is pretty nice. We don't have to do too much work. Now we're downloading. Perfect. I'll just want to drive in advance. Won't have to deal with this too much. Right. Oh yeah. The spots we have to visit. That is Yankee, Whiskey, and Papa. Was the light just flickering right now? Right. We have one dysfunctional. No, it seems good. All right. I have a few dysfunctional ones. Okay, so SV ping. Alright, we're having some issues. Alright, which one's the first one? Yankee. Alright. SV target Yankee. I'll unleash the beast. Alright. You still have enough fuel? Oh, we don't have much fuel. So... Nope. Whoa! Wait. Almost forgot. You are Marie. And you drive. There we go. This should be the one. Yankee. Get down with the classic SV.hash is all hash B246894BD2A. Perfect. Our next target is whiskey. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was told that this game would be slow. I did not expect it to be this slow. There hasn't been anything really spooky so far. Ah, shit. Whiskey. Right, whiskey is 22A6EB0006. Perfect. And now we only have which one? Papa. Alright. Let's get SV.target. Papa. There we go. We've been super efficient. Right next to one of the transformers. Gonna go check on the power over there. And set it back up if needed. Right, well, let's see hash. So Papa is 15 CF739BD9. Alright, we're good. You know what? I want to try pinging something. Yeah, it does not occur. So, alright. What if I SV target? Oh, there is something. Alright. Gonna be time to finish this soon. Let's deal with a few things. And be on our way. Did I mess up? No, I messed up. Alright, let's just bring this onto the road. Oh, let's go for. Hello. Almost scared me. Alright, did we ever go to this one? No box outside. That doesn't look like it. Ah, well, this one's fixed. Oh boy. It's relaxing, but it's probably a bit too relaxing, you know? So far. Oh boy. Well, that was me and my reckless driving. Sort of deserve it. Now, where did my car land up? It's in the water. Therefore can't find broken server. Alright. Means he's done his work. Well, this looks like something where you need a tool that I do not have. Fuck. Well, at least I know this is there. There, we found a box, and I cannot use the box, so very sad. Heading back to base. Oh boy. Well, Transformer 2. Oh, this one really needed to be fixed up. Right. Oh, the base is the other way around. Oh, shit. Alright, it's gonna need some repairs once I get back. Some repairs. Not too much. It's fine, basically. It's only at like 59% health. Right. Head back home, putting everything back inside. There we go. Well, it was a little disappointing. Didn't really get far, didn't really do much. But yeah. Have we got another signal? Let's save this one. Let's see. Is it worth anything? Is this one being processed? 88%. Right. So we got 3 level 0 signals that I need to process afterwards. Going to be a pain. Nothing else. Well, to be fair, given what time it is, I believe that this is a perfectly good time to end this. So, yeah. Not gonna lie, I expected this to be slow, but I didn't expect it to be this slow, so I'm sorry there hasn't been much going on beyond the whole routine setting in of cleaning stuff, getting signals, and, you know, making things move. I feel baited. Yeah, I feel baited as well. I feel like I expected some, you know, scary stuff. I was told there was scary stuff. But I think it's possibly because those are the early days of the game, and that, from what I've understood, some events only happened later on. In that case, I'm kind of a bit, you know, disappointed that there wasn't like a bit more stuff going on that early. I don't know. Or is it like the game trying to be a slow burn and sort of, you know, setting stuff extremely slowly? But, you know, I don't know. Feel a bit disappointed. Maybe there will be more stuff next time. I'm going to be continuing on next weekend on the same save. Hopefully it will be a lot more active. I hope so. Otherwise I'll be asking some questions around. But yeah. Otherwise, this Tuesday, I'm going to be continuing and finishing Halo 3 Coast Edition with Renara Chapeau. That will be at around 10 a.m. PST, 19 in the afternoon Paris time. And that's it. But yeah, so hopefully this is all going to be fun. Well, see you all next time. I hope you all have a nice afternoon, a nice evening, a nice night, depending where you are. But yeah,